Okay. Now, make sure my phone is at the properly adjusted volume there. Okay. Now, without power generation active, my consumption is only about 2 gigs. Currently, I'm just running coal generators. However, I would really, really like to run a fuel generator because I'm going to need a lot of fuel. I believe I've been supplying my biomass burners just to consume biomass primarily. We can unpause all of those. We can pause all of these. And this will let us just coast for a while. Yeah, it says we'll last about 6.5 hours at this rate, but the fuel over there isn't going to last that long. We can run over there. We can very easily, replenish all of the expended solid biomass. It's really not that big of a problem. We've got plenty of biomass. Seriously, we've got tons of the stuff. And I've done a few touch-ups, but I haven't really done a lot, not like last time. Last time I had done a lot more to the base in between episodes because there'd just been a lot more time passing. I suppose I should set this to our standard rate. 500 distance every 1 second. Because it just keeps the save times very small. They're already very large save times. To the point where it actually, affects the in-game time to a noticeable degree by the end of just a 6-hour Let's Play, you know? Basically, I'm live streaming this currently from 7 a.m. my time to around 1 p.m. my time. You can see that in the top of the screen, so like up there. You can see the one on the right over here is listing 7:07 as the current time. That is the time on my computer. Then the middle number is in-game time. So in-game, it's about noon. Sun's about there. Which I'm sure I could probably find if I angled the camera the right way. But yeah, it's about noon in-game. And the third number is how long this game session has been loaded. So, if I wanted to save and quit and load up a session, that would be resetting that timer on the left. But the timer in the middle would still be that same time, whereas the timer on the right would be whatever time it is when I resume that save. It will still be whatever is on my computer. And so it's nice to have that little distinction between the three and have them readily available, especially for me as a streamer. It's very useful. Now, the first thing we should probably mention, not the third hypertube over there. We'll get to that. I added a workbench over here. We've also still got our monster storage container, now currently full of solid biofuel. And then we've also got an equipment workshop around back. I've been using it to make ammo, shatter rebar, which is the shotgun rebar. And then we've got our leaves, which we've got these leafy green leaves. We've got so many of them, in fact, that we needed 2 storage containers. There we go. Yeah. We've got 324,914 leaves. Just in the storages. Then there's the leaves that are also in the processing that don't have storage capacity to process because we've already filled up a monstrous storage container for the solid biofuel. Now, this third hypertube, these 2 hypertubes unchanged. This one is still steel processing, this one is still quartz. At least I believe that's the way it was. But you'll see that third one goes off that way. We'll get to that. So this one should be quartz. You'll see we'll get a bunch of materials too. Yeah, see, here's the quartz processing. There are 2 quartz nodes that are supplying all of our quartz needs currently, which are 0 because we have all of our crystal oscillators complete. So then this one goes to steel processing. Which is a little bit further. At one point necessitated a large traversal frequency, so I made a hypertube that ran out here. Got our encased industrial beams, we've got our rotors, motors, stators. Actually, no, I think rotors are back at the up there. But yeah, you can see it's not that bad, and you can see our coal factory over there, which these things should be off. They probably are, and it's just burning through what it has or something. I don't know. We'll find out, because that's also where our solid biofuel burners are currently located. But there's also this third hypertube. You may have already seen what it does. As we hop on the third hypertube here, we end up going over this way, as we saw before. Then we pop out at this wall. Oh, this looks familiar. It's the belts. This is our path. This is our little highway. Okay. So what are we doing with this? Well, we've got ourselves a way to very quickly get over there. So we can now take this back. And if we've got our power situation settled enough to use hypertubes, then we can now access the quartz, the silica, or the encased industrial beams, the, you know, stators, the motors. But then there's that other hypertube. And that other hypertube should look familiar because that leads down this, you know, elevator here. That's what I built that way for. But then I added this. This one just continues that process. Gives us a little extra speed boost there. And there we go. Here we are at the biomass burners. It was that easy. Now we can just replenish them. And you can see now it's saying that will last 8 hours instead of 6. So we'll actually be done with the live stream by that time, if that were true. It, however, is not, as that is accounting for the biomass burners running the entirety of that time. And these things will not last that long. Anyone with a calculator can calculate that at 4 per minute, a stack of 200 will last only 50 minutes. So basically about every hour I'd have to come out here and resupply, because they'll just run out of fuel. And that's fine if I've got a quick way out here, which I do, but it's a really far, like, travel time, really far. And while it is nice to be able to run the base off of batteries, I do kind of wish I had that fuel production. Once we get back, you'll be able to see, you know, it can run for about an hour off of the solid biofuel that we put in there. But we barely ate through any of the solid biofuel that I'm carrying. I'm just trying to offload this stuff, you know, because it's full. I can't put it in here. Like, I filled it up from the base, and it's just full. It is set up to start offloading solid biofuel to elsewhere. Just anywhere it might be needed. But it's not set up back at the base yet for me to stop importing it at the base. So I need to go get into the belt work for the base, because I need to divert it out of there and into its new station where it will be living for the time being until I give it a dedicated storage, because I really haven't yet figured out where I want the organic portions. I think I want one section just for, like, raw material. That way, if like everything goes down, I run out of materials for everything, then at least I'll be able to grab the raw material and just be like, okay, well, I can run a miner, and you know, I can replenish the raw material at least. Because these bases are supposed to be like completely self-supporting. So I want to make it so that you can at least get from stage 1 to stage 2. You know? Like I do plan to just mass produce biomass burners. But I want to do the liquid biofuel versions if possible, and if not, I'll at least want the belt-fed biomass burners. That way I don't have to run out there to them every single time. So that might be something to work on if we manage to get fuel refining complete. Yeah, the terrain looks very different without any foliage. It had fallen victim to the god chainsaw. At one point, it did not completely fill my inventory in one swing. It took 2 swings. Which was amazing. I felt mighty, like Thor. Then I also felt simultaneously terrified as I realized I had to make another storage container to be able to store all of it. Oh my. My Celia. Oh, good lord, that's a lot. Oh yeah, and I made some pulse nobelisks. They're good for yeeting myself around. Yeah, I collected a little bit of mycelia from the cavern network that's out beyond the coal generators. By the time I get out there to actually show you guys, it's probably all going to have regenerated. Just double check. Okay. Boop. A lot of nuts. Let's see. Deuterium, 81% researched. Still need the programmable splitters. I need that for the bulk storage sorter. I also need the geothermal generators. Thing is, these supercomputers, they take plastic to manufacture for starters. You know, and that's a problem all on its own. But on top of that, they take high-speed connectors and AI limiters and computers. Now, computers, we've got that alternate recipe. That alternate recipe is great because we can actually make circuit boards from Deuterium, was it? Copper sheet and silica. Yeah. That's our computers, is copper sheets and silica and quartz and copper cable and iron plates. Ta-da! Computers! Supercomputer. So yeah. The computer's not that much of a problem. It's a strain on the iron, it's a strain on the copper, and it's a strain on the quartz, but we can manage that. We can build the copper line, that's fine. AI limiter, again, strain on the copper line. Big strain on the copper line. Massive strain on the Deuterium line. It's actually 4 lines of Deuterium wire there. It's 4 belts. Then we've got high-speed connectors. Those again use the Deuterium wire, and again more copper, more silica, more copper cable as well. We can manage that. Then we get to plastic. And that goes right out the window. We can merge plastic with fuel to make rubber, and then rubber with fuel to make plastic. And that's one way to get plastic. Is we just basically duplicate it from the fuel we're making. But alternatively, we are making polymer resin, and we're going to be making a lot of it by the end of this. And that's going to be significant, like a real significant amount. That's one of the reasons why I upgraded the resource sink. What was it called? The awesome sink. Yeah, I actually paused all of these at the moment. But that's the reason I upgraded that entire section, is that I wanted to make sure that the materials that I was actually consuming currently weren't just, you know, creating an endless backlog that could never actually be satisfied. I wanted to see what my base looked like when it was running just off of just ambient power, when it's not actually producing anything. What does it take for it to run? And so I, you know, connected everything up and found out, mostly from like pausing all of this, like you can see we've got polymer resin, but that's just from fuel production. That's not even a lot. And we've got some empty canisters from the overflow, but I could actually just carry those back down, you know? that wouldn't be a problem at all. I could just carry those back down. Let's see, which one was it? I think I passed it. Yeah, here it is. Oh, wow. It actually is full. Well. In that case, I guess that's just how it is. That's fine. It does mean that I don't need that on right now. So yeah, we've got some polymer resin, but that's just from like me using the jetpack. And the empty canisters is a result of, processing the fuel and all that. But other than that, we're not really producing a ton of waste. So we're not throwing away resources, we're not throwing away material. One of the things I need to do is I just need to go out, just massacring tons and tons of creatures. Because I need so much animal protein to deal with these freaking barrel nuts. Or I just need to start eating them because I can't resource sink them directly, right? So the only way I can actually get rid of them is to turn them into inhalers. I've got plenty of inhalers. Yeah, you can see now, like, it's lasting. But keep in mind, it only lasts 50 minutes. So the amount of time that it's taken for this entire, like, little walkthrough of the base, that's pretty much the amount of time that it can last. Because as you can see, we're at 46 minutes that this game session has been running. We've been recording for about 36 minutes. And you can estimate maybe about 5 minutes before I switched it over to, biofuel from coal, just to show, like, what the base looks like when it's in this condition. What is it like when it's actually idle? What's the minimum running condition? So that I know what it looks like when it's fully satisfied, or at least everything's off, but like everything is running and you're trying to turn things, into a functioning condition. You're trying to move items. You're trying to, you're trying to power on these different constructors and various different machines. What's that going to look like as you're trying to just reach that minimum potential? What's the minimum potential that's needed is what I'm trying to measure. And it's difficult to measure on some of these factory worlds that you see, because they're built for just endless run times. They're built for that maximum output, but they never prepare for minimum output. And it's difficult to prepare for it from both ends simultaneously, because you have to prepare for testing at the minimum, which takes time because everything has to fill up, which is part of the overflow method. But once everything is built with overflow method, then you can work on streamlining your throughput, you can work on optimizing your build. And what I'm doing is I'm actually a step ahead, and I'm at that stage where I'm streamlining the throughput and optimizing the build by setting it up where I can, like, turn on a sequence of belts that will fill up an entire what you call it, worked an entire output belt of one type of object. That's what I'm working towards. And so I'm sitting here and I'm looking at my base, and I'm starting to realize that my base, as crazy as it is to say, is not big enough. Because I'm looking at some of these builds that I've seen out there, and it's massive, but it's just not enough floor space. It's not enough area. I'm going to need item spines. I'm going to need drone docking ports. I'm going to need all kinds of different things. Oops. I accidentally opened the skins menu for a applying decals. I kind of like the default look. It's difficult to work in, and that makes it challenging, but at the same time, it offers a very unique look to the world. And considering they were going for, in this specific game developer's opinion, they were going for a basically enforcing yourself upon this world type of feel for their game, it does make it very difficult to work in. Ooh. I like the rain effects. Little raycasting reflections on the surface is nice. Because it's all concrete, so... Oops. But yeah, anyway, enough distractions. I'm here to refill these. The reason I'm here to refill these is because I am trying to increase my available inventory space. If you're wondering how I'm adding everything up to 200 on the left side and not really needing to repeatedly click the stacks on the right, it's Control-Shift-Click. Okay, that should last until about, I want to say, an hour 40 on the timer of playtime. Probably an hour 30 is closer because of the offset from saves. Alternatively, let's see, will be, so be what, 8:20? Yeah. So I'll check on it again at like 8:20. But in the meantime, let's head on over here. See, that looks beautiful. So glad I cleaned up this area. Now, I will replenish my 1 stack of solid biofuel that I need. I don't really need more than 1. What was that? Let's go back. Try that again. There we go. Tried to climb in and it climbed in at like 7 miles an hour compared to like 40 that we're normally flying at. And it's like, what? We could actually like just reach out and stop ourselves. It's fine. Just turned around and climbed out, climbed back in. Away we went, full speed. Yay! Fun times, fun times. don't forget to check out my Patreon page over at patreon.com/Blue Nexus Gaming. You can get yourself some limited edition merchandise. I plan to give someone a chance to get it. That way it's at least got some value. Basically, it's going to have a limited number that are made, and once enough of them are made, I will update the logo, and it will, it will be limited edition, just like that. Stay hydrated. But yeah, it will be limited edition merchandise, limited number made. They are made on demand, so basically until someone orders it, it isn't in stock. So once someone orders it, it's in stock because someone ordered it, therefore they make it, and then boom, they send it on its way, and it arrives, and I actually don't really need to do much of anything in the process other than make the logo. So it's a good way to, get my logo out there, and helps you tell all of your friends about my channel and how I go out and do these 6-hour long play videos where I do things like bring my factory down to its 2.058 gigawatts of power consumption. I'm running on off of like battery power and half a gigawatt of biomass burners, approximately. I'm gonna need something to drink soon. How's my mic, by the way? Is it too soft or too loud? I can't really tell. Let's see if that does anything. Let's see. It lets me be able to hear better for one. So it's our active milestone. We don't really have any other milestones available. So basically, since that's our active milestone, the plan is get packaging of fuel situated. Kazunite did not mean to belch. Get the packaging of fuel situated. We need to make sure we're getting enough heavy oil residue. Oh, you know what we didn't do yet? It's like right over here. It's kind of in the middle, but it's more on this side. Where is solid biofuel? Should be right about here. Oh, yeah, I was right. Okay. here. Might as well. It's all part of the transition into these monstrous storage containers. These are all supposed to be vertical silos, by the way. So this one's actually supposed to be over here where the iron ore is. But that's only because iron ore is supposed to go over there. The bulk storage is actually supposed to be over here, but this one still has iron plates, which are supposed to be going next to the bulk storage. Which, yeah, you can see how out of hand that gets. It's like, this would be iron plates. This would be probably iron rods. And then screws. And then, let me show you this one I could probably do. Which one's this one? Probably copper sheets. Or no, copper wire. No, I think I'd probably stick with the whole iron, copper, etc. Now that we've got the portable, we don't need these wall versions. Because we've got the portable. Therefore, whenever we need to check, we can just grab the little tool for it. Like, they're nice to have. But to be honest, they aren't really all that visible. Like, they're always going to end up in places where they're just not that useful. With the layout of my base being the way it is, it's just a mess. You know? They're just not useful. Okay. Yeah. That's a lot of solid biofuel. It's actually not a lot of space for me to have for my mouse work with me. Yeah, that's not a lot of space for me to have for constructing refineries and stuff. And the thing is, I think I might actually want to make an extra floor. Like, I might want to build this up more. I think it's time for a third floor. Because I don't really want to move it elsewhere. I'd kind of like it to have the same distinctive pattern. But the problem is, for me to get that pattern, I'd have to, well, change a lot. I don't really like that idea because this was a mess. But it let me learn a lot about what I needed, and it allowed me to make this, which is much less of a mess. much less of a mess. Yeah, so let's see. These are double overclocked, and they are taking in 60 heavy oil residue per minute, outputting 80 heavy oil residue per minute. So 80 times 4 is 320. Or no, 80 times 5, sorry, is 400. So that's 400 per minute that it's producing. I could add another batch of them with an extra, an extra output, but I'd need to throw in more input is the problem. So that's why I'm not turning it into a full 600 output line. And then for packaging, I'm just packaging 400. 60 in, 60 out. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Some of them are 30, some of them are 60. Let's see if it's 60 times 8, that would be 480. So that's not bad. It's 400 divided by 30 is what it was. Which, yeah, it's not divisible by 15. Now, 400 is a difficult number to work with, but effectively I needed 13 worth of these packagers. And through the power of power shards, I have that. And then when there's a large supply spike, I can actually supplement that and have it, functioning normal. So I can actually fill in these extra ones and just have it working extra. And that way, if there's large demand, these will empty. This will empty. As terrifying as that is. Okay. So now that we've got that situated, now we can work on the, well, I suppose first we need to calculate how much that's processing, don't we? How much is this processing? 60 per minute each. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, you know what? We've got a tool for this. Come on, mouse, work with me. There we go. Okay. We've got 60, 60, 60, 60, yep. So it's 60 times 4 is 240, times 2 is 480. Is that what we're getting over there? Yeah, okay, so that entire unit has 480 input. Required output is 300, so it's only consuming 300, which I guess is a good thing. this to 60. Now, one fortunate part about upgrading all of our processing here is that as we upgrade our processing, our old processing, which, wasn't as efficient, does get that supply boost. So it gets the materials that it needs, and suddenly it starts working better. It starts working at the, at what they say the display price is, basically. It's working at a rate where you wouldn't actually expect it to work that way normally, because it's just not the type of efficiency you would expect from a system. Mostly due to, throughput balancing. Like, for example, the fuel production here. It says our fuel production is at 480 a minute for packaging, right? But it says that our fuel output is only 160 a minute. So if we're only making 160, how much are we consuming? Well, it says here 160 is our, or no, that's our input is 160. Our output is 480. So we're expected to make 480 full belt, and we're only making 160. But back here, yeah, we're packaging it as fast as we're making it, but we're actually overproducing heavy oil residue because we're producing 180, and apparently we're actually underproducing. Oh yeah, because it splits. So yeah, we're underproducing heavy oil residue. We're expected to make 240 and we're actually making only 180. So back here it's even worse. But as you get further back in the line, you find that you encounter certain situations. Like here, we're expected to only put in 180, but we're putting in 530 because we built that other line over there. So now that we've built that other line, what's going to end up happening is we're going to now build this part of the line, because now we've got a full 480 belt that we can work with. You know? Based on what I'm seeing there. Now, 160 of this 510 is from this line. So let's see. 510 minus 160 is still 350. So that one belt over there is producing 350 according to this. But again, remember, that's a deceptive number. It's not really producing that much. It can produce that much. It can produce up to 480. $420, 360, 300, yeah. Each of these is adding 60 to that number, and it's just maxing out at 480. So that is one belt of 480 throughput, but that's just the belt. The actual fluid input, on the other hand, is only 400, so it's 80 short. Which means I actually need one more of these. But in order to add one more of these, I would need to rework this section, because this section, if we look over here, is, well, I guess not. Huh. I could add one more. Suppose I need to set these valves. Yeah, so I'm putting more crude oil into the line than I actually need, which is good, but why is this only half full with none of these working? Why are none of you working? Seriously, why are none of you working? This fluid buffer is only half full. Why are none of you working? That's better. That was very awkward. Oh. Alright. See if we can alleviate some of this pressure. Make sure let's just go full blast. And the moment it starts to drop, we swap it to 240. Swap it to 250 when it starts to drop. Oh heck, let's just go for a nice even 300. Yeah, it did it again. It's only half full. Why is it stopping? There's plenty of crude oil in its system here. Okay. So we've got the factory running. You know, it's doing its thing. What's the power looking like? We're carrying any iron rods. Why are we not carrying iron rods of all things? Oh. Now, I believe we actually want to check on our biomass burners, don't we? How are they looking? These ones, yeah, they're going to be running low soon. So we're going to want to check on those. Freeing up inventory space. How you doing, chat? You doing okay? I'm doing okay. Long trip. Really long trip. one of the things that I plan to set up when I'm redesigning this entire Skyway is I plan to have two directional hypertubes. So I'm probably just going to try and reclaim as much of the Skyway as I can, and then just work from there, basically. Um, like, I'll reclaim as much of it as I can at some point, go into a save editor, clear out the bits that I couldn't reclaim, and then I'll probably from there end up uh, I'll probably from there end up uh, basically rebuilding the entire Skyway with a two-directional hypertube. And it'll travel under everything, and it will travel in a way that allows it to actually have a view. Yeah, 7 biofuel. It was a little low. And this is just my attempt at using up my solid biofuel. This is the type of stuff that I like do off stream. Is just using up my solid biofuel because I need inventory space, and I have a bunch from just one little renovation, and so I just have to continue feeding it in manually because I don't have the belt fed ones set up yet. And when I do get them set up, they're going to end up having so much biomass fed into them that by the time I get around to actually yeah, they're all full. By the time I get around to actually like filling them up with what I've got on me, they're just too full to actually fill up. So currently we're just running off of the approximately 5,800 solid biofuel. Manually fed in. The 400 is the 2 stacks at the hub. The 5,400 is the part that I just replenished back there. But yeah, when I include the 2-directional hypertube, what I plan to do with it is it's still going to be a hypertube because I still want my character to like fly around and all that. Uh, but what I'm going to end up doing with it is I'm going to set up an accelerator on it so that I can like get speed boosts. And then I'll be traveling at like probably 500 miles an hour instead of 60, because I'll be traveling long distances, and so I'll want to be able to, uh, you know, I want to be able to fly faster, because while it's nice having this autopilot time to sit here and talk with chat, uh, you know, chat doesn't really seem to say much. One person commented in the poll, no, I'm just subscribing to say hi. Lovely. Well, don't forget to say hi, and don't forget to leave a like on the video as well, because it all helps, you know. We've been recording for about an hour and a half now. So we're going to be adding a third floor to this multiplex that we have constructed previously, and yet we still don't even have a proper storage system on this thing. Like we automated the iron plate and iron rod productions because we just needed more iron so that we could build a proper storage room. But like looking at it all, I realized that we're probably going to want like raw materials on this side, because there's not going to be many of those, but we're going to want raw materials on this side. And then we're going to want like iron ingots and like the first refined form of everything. So like iron ingot, copper ingot, caterium ingot, the crude oil would be over here, but like the heavy oil residue would be over here. And then we'd have like, you know, a different section, probably right over here actually, for finished products, like, you know, iron plate, iron rod, caterium wire, regular wire. Oh yeah, this is what they look like when they're on. You've got this lovely animation they do. not discharging fast, but they are discharging. So yeah, that's all that. And then over here we've got... what do we got? Ah yes, my Fixmas tree branch thing. I made a bunch of Fixmas tree branches. That one's not on. And then basically told it, you know, when you need them, they're there. But until then, I'm just not making more Fixmas tree branches because I don't need them, because when am I ever going to use, like 50,000 fireworks? It's not something I normally do. I don't normally use the fireworks. But yeah. We've got our 200 there, 200 there, that's 400 over on this side. And yeah, we're pretty much set on biofuel until about, I want to say about 9 my time. I'll check on it. So we've got about 20 minutes. About 20 minutes to refill it, 20 minutes work time. Not bad. It's not the worst. But yeah, we could actually increase throughput on our heavy oil residue processing just from... okay, this time it filled up. Just from adding one more line. And we can support one more line. We just need to make room. So, let's make some room. Oops. Okay. So we want blueprint mode right there. And that gets limited to 60. This conveyor lift isn't necessary. Much better. Much, much better. And then let's see what we can do about those connections. There's still room for more. 480, 360. Well, what if I build another one? What if I build another one that isn't facing the wrong way? Whoopsies. did not overclock this one yet. I overclocked this one, but not this one. Oh boy. So we can fit one more. Except we can't fit one more, because this is already almost at maximum throughput. And it's already actually going beyond what this can support. Like, this is actually maxed out now. Needs to be one closer. Could have it feed from this end. Now, I can increase the throughput on this because I can just make this literally right over here, and that's no problem. So, you know, getting 560 in, 480 out, that's a thing. I think I'll stick with just the 480 out for now. That way I can actually get, you know, price advertised, not necessarily, you know, just some percentage of. It's one of the great things about the overflow system is you get what you saw advertised on the package. You know, if it says injected input is 720, it had better be 720, you know? Required output is 240, but it's only doing that because it's that half of the factory. This half of the factory isn't actually getting any extra oil. In fact, I believe this part has dried up. Yep. There appears to not be anywhere near enough remaining in the system to actually continue its function, which was kind of the plan. Wow, all this, and it's only been 10 minutes. I just randomly remembered to go check on the biofuel, and it's like, no, it's only been like 10 minutes. You still have another 10 minutes. It's like, oh, all this, and it's only been 10 minutes? Wow. You can get a lot done when you're just breezing through the work. So, what I need is... That's just one, right? Yeah. And then I need pipeline mark 2. And then we want conveyor junction, no, pipeline junction, not conveyor junction. Pipeline junction cross. Not quite the position I wanted them in. Can I get away with putting them there? I can. Okay, let's do that. And the game crashed. Wow. Good job. I managed to cause the game to crash. Good job. Way to go, me. Additionally, our biomass burners should be ready to get resupplied, get refueled. Even with the game crash. However, while the game is loading, I'm going to get something to drink. And we are back. Once again. Grab my seat here. It's situated. Okay. So let's see, where were we? Ah, we were setting these up. Okay. So that's not too far of a setback. We wanted something along the lines of... Actually, do we want there, or do we want, like, there? Would that work? No. What about just one? One, two. Yeah, that wouldn't work. Okay, so... I'll give it that much, yeah. This might look a lot better, actually. Yeah. It's not as steep of an incline. I thought of an even better one for that. So that one's like that. This one will want to be like that. And so now we've gone from the support height which is decently high, and not an exact number either, to the 2-meter height, and then down to the 1-meter height. And then this is going to feed into the monster's fluid container. Well, before it flows to the monster's fluid, I want to attach a valve to it. That way it doesn't get backsplash. Okay, that's the right spacing. Looks about right. And I just need to line up that one. And we're good. And there you go. 1 meter, 2 meter, support height, machine height. Very, very subtle ramp. And because of this gradual step down, let me make sure, because I built all of this in horizontal to vertical. Yep. And so now when I then build the third segment for these, I can then just connect it straight into this, and this will have its full input. Actually, don't need these top three pipes sections at all. I suppose I could leave them because they are at least a, little surplus container that it can pull from if and when it needs to, blah blah blah. But like, other than inertial balancing, which probably just less processing to not have it. Yeah, I think it's less processing to not have it. From what I've heard, apparently there is a lazy process to this. Yeah. Like we can support a throughput of 600 here. So we don't need to worry about things like, is our throughput going to be able to keep up? Because, well, of course it will. And then we just grab this thing and we go, okay, well this thing can only input 240, so we'll limit this to 240. And we'll limit this to 240 as well. Because that's all these can make, is 240. So you know what, we'll set it to 250. That way they can drain. If they've got a surplus, they can handle that surplus. They can get it all, sorted, squared away, all that good stuff. It's all those empty containers that I picked up from cleaning up that other section. Yeah, now I can just put them in here. Just deposit them there. because all of these are going to be very actively emptying their stockpile of empty canisters, because they are going to be filling up that fluid monstrous, the monstrous fluid container. With this set to 250 cubic meters per minute, it has that little bit of overflow buffer. Meanwhile, the empty canisters are just pouring out from here. Yeah, so we're going to end up making that, but better. And we're going to be doing it over here. Once we get everything structurally you know, prepared. Okay, so one thing I need to do is I need to measure how tall all of this is. And another thing I need to do is I need to measure how... Oh, well, I guess I actually need to go up there again. I need to measure how far along the stuff here is going. Ah, yes. Looks like it's progressing very strongly. Let's put it that way. It's progressing strongly. So we're probably going to want to turn these on soon. But that being said, they have not budged since we last checked them. And speaking of budging since they were last checked, another thing that probably hasn't been budged since it was last checked, fuel. As in solid biofuel. So let's go ahead and top off our jetpack fuel while we're here. There we go. So yeah, I'm gonna hazard a guess that our biomass burners are probably all off at the moment, because they've been going a while. Let's see. Oh, nope, they're not all off. Okay, well, that's a sign. Not necessarily a good sign, but it's a sign. That being said, I didn't like how low those looked. Those ones are more efficient than regular biomass burners. You'll get more power at less burn time, or more burn time. something like that. You consume less per minute is what it is. Which, as we all know, is an amazing thing. Because the less you consume per minute, the more you output per minute, the better your ratio gets. And the better your ratio, the better you are. That's just the short and sweet of it. If your ratio is good, well, then your numbers are kind of, measurable. And, well, I mean, if your ratio is good, your numbers are pretty good. But if you've got the ratio, your numbers are measurable. Measurable words. So yeah, if you're watching, feel free to say hi, leave a like on the video. If you're not already subscribed, this would be a great time to subscribe because then you would be able to say hi. It keeps the bots out, is what it is. Like, yes, I am aware that I would probably get more people viewing it if the bots could talk, but, I try and run a better channel than that. I try and actually moderate my chat. You know, some people say sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. I say, yeah, but they don't gotta be a jerk. I mean, they could be nicer about it. Oops. Right? There's better ways one can vent one's frustration than with angry words. There are much, much better ways. Whee! Yep, these are all off, as I had thought. Okay, well, let's pause those. Which just leaves the two biomass burners back at base, basically. But you can see that even with all of this, the base can still run for another 4 hours. Even with all of this, like, I've used up the biomass in the biomass burners, and the base could still run off of just the hub for like 4 hours. Which is amazing, right? Or at least you would think that. But no, it's actually, the hub is an inconsequential drop in the bucket, and the actual, like, chunk of real power from it all comes from the batteries. It's just the batteries. Like, these make a difference. They are not insignificant. They make a difference. But that difference is 50 minutes. And those 50 minutes are spent basically just cushioning the impact. They aren't actually generating a net positive power. That would require about 5 of those instead of 1. So I would need 4 more of those, which I do not have. Okay. It had been a while since I had done that, and I like to stay on top of it where possible. But yeah, you'll notice these have a slower consumption rate than 5 or 4 or whatever it was. Actually, these have a faster consumption rate. That's weird. But they're like different sized, so they're weird. I can actually get rid of these. What was these? I don't really need these. Those I might use. Those would be the ones for going under and then along to wherever I'm going. Mycilio would be nice. Just the 50? Really? Huh. Thought there was more. Oh yeah, there was. Apparently. There it goes. So that's 10 vitamin inhalers. I have 774 vitamin inhalers. Right. No, did I not deposit these yet? I don't think I did. Yeah, looks like I did. Yeah, I did. That is a lot of inhalers. So first, in the awesome sync. Unpause. Now let's go pay a visit to said awesome sync. See what we can get. Okay. Belts are open. We're getting not too much, but we're at about 2,150,000-ish. No big deal. Okay. Let's throw in these inhalers that we just grabbed. Let's see where that puts us. Well, we already went through all those inhalers. Let's see. Well, first let's see what our actual average is looking like here. Like, let's let it level out and show us what it's actually working with. Because I'm guessing it's not averaging 70,500 points per minute regularly. Or 99,500 points per minute regularly. It's probably something much, much lower. Yeah, that sounds a little bit more accurate. About 23,000, 24,000 points per minute. That sounds a little more accurate. Yeah, 24,000 points per minute. That's what it's looking like there. So it's getting a steady flow. It's probably backlogged somewhere. Probably the quartz. It's a solid amount. It's a solid amount. How much with the pulse nobelisks? Which, by the way, look at how fast it just eats through that stockpile. That's why I wasn't worried about it, is because when it wants to drain, it drains. So let's see how big the pulse nobelisks pulse this this value. This variable value. Ah. Quite the leap. Yes. Quite the leap. They are quite a bit more expensive than the inhalers. They are quite a bit more expensive. Kinda makes me wonder. What if I give it a ton of solid biofuel for it to go through? Remember, each belt goes through more than 2 stacks, about 2.5 stacks per minute. And there's, what is it, 6 belts? 8 belts? Eight belts. So there's 8 belts, 480 per belt. That's 3,840 solid biofuel per minute it's going through as it just deposits all of it into this machine, this series of machines. But in doing so, it ends up generating about 208,000 points. Oh, it is going through all of it. It is just going through all of it. Okay. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm just probably going to resource sink my solid biofuel, because just look at how many points I'm getting. Like, this was insane, but that's pulse nobelisks. That requires explosives and crystal oscillators. Okay, it requires these things, which you just pull them up in the codex so you can see. Like, it requires these things. Takes reinforced iron plates, which, you know, you can get it at an assembler with copper wire and iron plate, but I just use the standard recipe. Actually, I think I use alternate recipe 1. Because that gives me 15 per minute. But, you know, I get enough of them. And then we've got cable, which that's a copper production, so I really should get on that. And then we've got quartz, which we've got plenty of quartz. But like, look at this. It's like 207,000, 205,000. But it's going. It's still going. 3,840 per minute. Yeah, it's like 27,500. That is a lot of solid biofuel, though. this is going to get used to progress the 150 inventory slots. We are going to get some solid biofuel, or no, some liquid biofuel that has been packaged. Packaged liquid biofuel. Yeah. Words. Know what I mean, chat? Leave a like in the video if you know what I mean. Alright, now you've got a reason to leave a like on the video. Right. Biofuel. Welcome back. Purchases. Oh, okay. Parts. Ah. See, they say 50, but then they gave 100. So that is accelerating my my biofuel processing, which is good because I've got way too many leaves. You know, I've got way too many. I need to process them. This gets them processing. Wow, it is almost done with all of that. It's kind of scary impressive. Yeah, I'm gonna go set that up. Meantime, give it a moment. It'll get there. There it goes. Still plenty. Filled my entire inventory. Still plenty there. I took the wrong tube. Let me go back. There we go. I wanted the middle tube. So that takes me to the second floor, where I can then deposit all of this heavy oil residue that I just grabbed. Because this is literally why I grabbed it. Which was kind of a dumb move, because I should have grabbed the fuel and not the heavy oil residue, so I'm going to go back down here, grab the fuel instead. Take all. Lag spike. Lag spike has passed. Now we are beyond the lag spike. And now I can sit here and deposit all of this fuel. and maintain a stockpile of 5. This will get me quite a far distance. Come on, I scrolled all the way down and it just failed to register where I had placed it. Come on. There it goes. Yeah, that's worth a lot. But what else am I going to do with all my fuel processing, right? Just transporting fuel, because that's my stockpile. You know, I've got stockpiles of fuel. I've got oil production. I've got packaging. I've got heavy oil residue processing. I've got fuel processing. I'm not using the fuel for anything except my jetpack at the moment. Like, I'm still good on just coal generators. I'm currently running biomass burners just because I need to use biomass. Like, I'm not even using them for any specific reason. I just need to use biomass, so I'm just using biomass. I think I'm going to set up a stockpile container and then just probably bulk overflow the rest, I guess. Oh, it's weird, you know? Having too much biofuel just feels weird. That being said, this will be an excuse to use my chainsaw more. We'll probably process everything in like minutes. I'll have to start resource sinking concrete too, because it'll just be stockpiling otherwise. God, the amount of mycelia that I'm going to have is insane. The wood I'm probably going to be turning into charcoal. Which I can then mix with sulfur. And then use it as gunpowder, black powder, all kinds of stuff. The tech trees are very detailed and in-depth, but the majority of the time you're just spent traveling and trying to get from point A to point B without dying. Actually, I know exactly where to set up the stockpile. I know exactly where to set up the stockpile. This place down here totally needs a stockpile. This is the perfect place for it. Okay, I think this should be enough space for it. So we want organization. We're gonna want a huge storage. Yeah, we're gonna use a huge storage here. I want it lined up. And we're going to want teleporter. Well, right about there looks good. Then we put these here. We can probably get away with something like that. Yeah, but we're gonna want this. Let's see. Yeah, we're gonna want this moved over a little bit. Wrong one. Okay, we want resource solid biofuel. Same for up here. There we go, we're getting our solid biofuel. Now, we want a logistics for a smart splitter to go in between one of these. So we actually don't want these just yet, because we still need that smart splitter. So let's add that in for now so that we can have it. Default. There. So let's see, we need that smart splitter. Line in goes that way. We want this space 2 away from the container, and then we want this. Yeah, see, we needed to move it back a little. That's fine, that's why we rebuilt it. Line that up right? I hope so. So we've got solid biofuel, and then we've got overflow and any undefined. copy and paste. There we go. So any undefined will go this way, which will just lead to item teleporter going that way, and then item teleporter going that way. We'll do the same thing down here. Item teleporter, item teleporter. And then this one will go to bulk storage, because this is the any undefined. And then this one, since this is overflow, will go to bulk overflow 1. Then this one additionally will go to bulk overflow 1, because this is bulk overflow, and then this one will go to bulk storage, because this is any undefined. Just connect the belts, and then we can remove that. Now we can just set this to resource solid biofuel. And this makes sure that even if something gets in the solid biofuel line, all we've got here is just solid biofuel. Not quite sure why it's acting like there's only one solid biofuel line. What do you guys think? Did I turn off an item teleporter or something? Sorry, I was looking at chat. Only one person has left a like on the video so far, and that was me. Come on, guys. We can do better than that. I know there's more than one person who watched. They voted in the poll. I had indeed turned off one of the solid biofuel lines. The sort solid biofuel lines seem to be running a little slow though. But yeah, that's something I've been wanting to do. I've been wanting to put a little solid biofuel storage over there just for, you know, use. And this also helps me actually like process all of the solid biofuel and process all of these leaves. So many leaves. So many. Oh, you know what? Before I go dashing off to the other base, I should probably deposit the solid biofuel. Might be a good idea. Just a hunch. Oh, of course I bounce off of the hypertube. Finally get it going right, and I bounce off the hypertube. Go figure. Yeah. So there we go. Very pretty. Very, very pretty. I suppose we will want to grab at least one stack of solid biofuel, because the God Chainsaw runs off of solid biofuel. Don't ask me why. I'm not the one who made it. I'd have made it run off of, like, turbo fuel or something. Because it's a God Chainsaw, you know, it requires a lot of power. Yeah. Yeah, for the rebar gun, I do not yet have explosive rebar unlocked. I believe that's tier 7. What do you think, Chad? Is that tier 7? I think that's tier 7. I'm hoping that's tier 7. You know, phase 3 looking pretty sweet right now, not gonna lie. But if I'm going to get this production line up and running for phase 3, because I'm going to need all these parts for phase 4. You know, when I unlock phase 4, I'm going to need all of these parts automated. And it's like, you know, I put it off for phase 2, I put it off for phase 1, I might as well do it on phase 3. You know, I got biofuel, I got coal, I got fuel. And pretty soon I'll have turbo fuel even. Refreshing. I got all this stuff, and it's like, well, you know, what am I powering it with? Or like, what am I powering with all of this? What am I using it for, you know? And currently, it's not much. It's really not. But that's because I'm just currently using it to build power. Excuse me. So yeah, I'm currently working on. No, I did not write down any of those values earlier. Okay, so it's 30. It's 120, 240, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so since these are 480, these are maxed. Right, all of these 3 power shards. Yeah. So these are outputting twice the requirement that these are actually requiring. So it says 240, but it's actually 480 input. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So I could actually power another 8 generators, another 8 fuel generators off of just this small unpackaging setup. Presuming I can supply the fuel. Now, how many coupons we got? We're already up to 3 coupons. That is amazing. Go ahead and maneuver our way down here. While we're down here, let's go ahead and count, because it's been a while. 15. Let's see, what was I here for? Let's see, I was over there, I was up there. I was up there to write down in numbers for fuel. Then I got distracted. I remember I'm outputting twice what I needed. Oh, right. Now I remember what I was here for. Coupons! I got my 3 coupons. I am aware one of my power storage supplies is draining. I'm waiting for these 2 to finish draining. Anyways, where was I? Oh, right, shopping. Then I was over here to write down a bunch of information on how all of this is doing. By the time I'm done writing all that down, it should be about time for me to turn the coal generators into the on position. I mean, they're fully primed. So according to this, I'm making 280 out of 240. So let's update this. Okay. So that's 280. Now we need to package heavy oil residue in order to make fuel. How much heavy oil residue are we packaging? How much are we unpackaging? is the next question. So, it said we had 280 fuel per minute. That's not enough. So that's asking for 360 and we're only providing 200. But the fuel was saying we were providing 280. So where are we providing another 80 from? Is it over here? I bet it is. This looks like another fuel packaging setup. I think this is where I first built it. $160. 160 in, 160 out. Isn't that? Okay, so that makes up for it, but we're still 160 short compared to what we could be making. That's 160. So it's supposed to be 520 that we're making. But we are falling short. By 160. Instead of making, so we're currently making 360 instead of 520. see, instead of 520, we're making 360. I guess I want that bold. Is it OB? Yeah, it's OB. Orange bold. Make that orange bold. There we go. It really needs a better background. Is there like a setting for that in the menu? Much better. Much better. The motion blur kind of messes with things, and for some reason, whatever reason, it disables itself from like responding to the menu for whatever reason. Like it just doesn't respond to the menu. And so you have to go in, you have to change the setting, save, change the setting again, save again, and then it responds. But otherwise, like, I forget which setting it was, but every time you change a specific setting, it just goes weird. Also, why do I suddenly have 147, or no, 14,778 fuel? What? I should not have that much fuel on me. Why do I have that much fuel on me? What did I do that gave me that much fuel? I do not recall what gave me that much fuel. But yeah. Plenty of points. Plenty of points. Whee. Whee. want this one. Thank you. Coal. First, biomass burners. Pause. Other biomass burners. Pause. Coal. Unpause. See, this is why I'm working on the fuel generators. Fortunately, I can just turn on the fuel generators. Problem solved. How long will it recharge in? Yeah, 4 hours. Not a problem. What else was I doing? Oh, right. I was restocking the biomass, solid biofuel. Since it's now, like, run out of all of those biomass burners, I want to go resupply them, replenish the stockpile. This is a great time to remind everyone to leave a like on the video. And, you know, subscribe. It helps the channel. Let you say hi in chat. You know, you can check out my Patreon page. I've got cool merchandise. You can look into supporting the channel that way. You know, I am currently just doing this recreationally. I'm doing this for me at the moment. Like, nobody's paying me to do this. Nobody's supporting the channel yet. This is just for me at the moment. Like, nobody's paying me to be here. I wish people would pay me to be here, but they don't. So here I am doing it for me instead of doing it for other people. You know. I've been recording for a little over 4 hours now. Here we are passing once again past my oil collection and oil packaging region. I'm going to use this opportunity to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. I have returned. Let's see, we are still traversing the hypertube transit ways, and we are arriving at our destination. I am getting seated. There we go. going to at least want that much for once I am over there. Back at base, that is. Well, actually, I guess I'm going to end up wanting to grab that after I'm done, won't I? Need to reroute this. See if I manage to get them all. Oh, where did I miss? Right there. Why is... Huh. Now that is a weird, weird coincidence. Because it's supposed to look like that. But it doesn't. So why doesn't it? Oh, it's because two belts out. Okay. That makes a little more sense. And now I can do this. Whee! All the way down to here, which then goes straight into this at high speed. 90 miles an hour. Yeet! Let's see. How about... Actually, no. What can we do for walls here? Hmm. Then I want. I think right there. That's what I want. I wanted this one there. How you holding up, chat? Doing good? I'm doing good. I hope you're doing good too. Right. I was going to check on that, wasn't I? This long sequence of hypertubes brought to you by Free Time. Lots of it. Thanks to all this free time I had, I was able to build this massive hypertube network. Hooray! I've spent 4.5 hours just showing, like, the small portion of stuff that I do around the base when I'm not streaming. It's taken 4.5 hours. But streamlining fuel processing has been progressing rather nicely. But yeah, with the fuel generators, the 8 fuel generators being so, like, tightly packed together like that, I can actually rebuild that anywhere that I need to. So if I need to move it, I can. I'm fully able. entirely had forgotten to drop off the biofuel at the hub. So this is 15 wall units tall, and on the 15th wall unit, I then proceeded to put a foundation. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Got that right. Just yep. Okay. Wow. We've almost got our third 100 of the 500 liquid biofuel, packaged liquid biofuel. These are not getting enough biomass. Autosave? What do you mean there was a problem with the server? What kind of problem was there with the server, chat? Tell me. Was the problem with the server that I had managed to stay connected for so long? Was that the problem with the server, chat? There we go. Yep, we've been live for 5 hours now. What? No. It's way more power intensive if I do it that way. I was thinking I could dedicate each one its own, like, thing. That way I could just do this and not need to worry about the 300 biomass per minute that would take. But then I would have to do the same over here because 300 leaves per minute to generate 150 biomass per minute. Which just doesn't really work very well, you know? Like with the leaves, we've got plenty of output for leaves. But these belts just aren't built to handle that kind of throughput. This is not telling me anything about this belt. Why are leaves not being tracked? You'd think of all things, the leaf would get tracked. solve the leaves, but the biomass is still a problem. So let's see what we can do about the biomass. Yep, here we are. As suspected. No secondary output. Oops. Ah, you guys get to watch me do a nice little retrofit. Let's see, so I want to remove the middle. I want to turn that into that. And then turn this into this. Let's just set default right now. Now, remove the walls. Add that belt. Voila! A double lift for the double item lift biomass. Now, it unloads as fast as it loads. From the looks of it, we are running low on biomass. Plenty of wood. Plenty of leaves. Still recording. Sort. Sort leaves. I guess we. That to there. Want that to there. That to there. Then we can remove the wall. Now the leaves have the same throughput situation going on. Resource leaves. Yeah, the leaves just aren't telling me any information about them. One thing I want to look into. I got this fixed glass foundation. That's what it's named, fixed glass foundation. And it talks about how like reflective the glass is. I want to see how this looks if it's got that foundation for like the first 50 squares. We'll see what it's like. It's got like some reflective surface and cleaned up the, you know, the decor value or something. Cleaned up some background elements, basically. Let's see how it looks. Curious how it looks. We're going 25 tiles. Let's see. Was it architecture? I don't think it was architecture. Was it architecture? No. Foundations? Where is... I don't think it was walls. Yeah, no, it wasn't walls. This is the more decorations mod. This is not what I'm looking for. Lots of content. Probably never going to use it. My friend Lillian was like, "Whoa, I want more decor if I'm gonna join your world." I was like, "Okay." And then he never actually finished joining the world. They just never finished joining the world. Now I've got to look through all of this just to make sure that none of this is the glass foundation that I'm looking for. Which, from the looks of it, it is not containing the glass foundation that I am looking for. In fact, I can't even seem to find the glass foundations. They like remove glass frame foundations? Is that what they did? Oh no, there it is. Fixed glass foundation. It was just blending in. Okay. Let's see how this looks. Well, it does help if I build them in the correct orientation. I can already tell that these are going to look very different. Oh wow, I can actually like see down there now. I can see the ground. How does this look from all the way up here? Now that looks cool. That looks way better than this. This frosted look is just not working for me. This look works. I'm gonna have to rebuild this entire place. Because I want to change the walls for full frame. Like those, the full frame windows. So I want to do that. But that's going to require effectively ripping out everything. Yeah, that looks much, much better. Like, it looks really nice, but it's really difficult to build with. Anyways, we've been recording for 5.5 hours. If you've made it this far, feel free to leave a like on the video. Comment, let me know what you think of it so far. I'm aware that we got very little actually streamlining of the fuel processing done, but we did do some. You know, we got the biofuel processing a little bit streamlined. We put a storage unit out there. We've been working on fuel processing. We've been measuring it. We've been looking at different ways to upgrade throughput. We've been looking into building, literally building an extra floor just for processing fuel. And then I'm going to need another floor for turbo fuel, another floor for liquid biofuel. So like this is the fuel floor. That floor is turbo fuel. Then I still need to bring power up here as well, but my first plan is to at least get the basics established. You know, music like this reminds me of Final Fantasy XI. I missed that game. I want to play that game again. I know their servers are still functional. I want to play that game again. Problem is, it's a monthly subscription type game, so if I don't have the money, I can't really play it. And since I don't have the money, well, I can't really play it. But if it's something that my adoring viewing audience would want to see, well, then they are more than welcome to support me on Patreon, wherein I can then proceed to fund my Final Fantasy XI MMORPG account, and then, you know, I can play Final Fantasy XI. By 10, so yeah, that's 100. That hurt. Apparently, I'm running low on concrete at the moment. So I shall have to go and retrieve more. That being said, however, I think... what do you guys think? Leave a comment down below on whether or not you guys think I should build the next floor on camera or off camera. Let me know in the comments section what you guys think. It'll give you guys something to talk about. And in the meantime, if any of you lovely people want to check out my Patreon, pledge your support on Patreon, you can get all kinds of Patreon exclusive rewards, Patreon exclusive perks, Patreon exclusive merchandise. You can get Blue Nexus Gaming merchandise over on Patreon. All you have to do is pledge your support successfully for I believe it's a year to get all of the merchandise. But after that year, you will have not only supported my channel for long enough to retrieve a selection of merchandise, which I might add is made to order. So if you become a Patreon member and you become a member for long enough, they will make it just because you are that Patreon member. That is not something that is made in advance and sold to batches of consumers. Each and every order is made to order. So, yeah, if you want to wear some lovely Blue Nexus Gaming merchandise, proudly showing off the Blue Nexus Gaming logo, which, by the way, I made the logo myself. Then you are more than welcome to, pledge your support. There's exclusive Discord roles available to those who do pledge their support. You're going to be able to get invited to my Discord, and on my Discord you would be qualifying for a specific role based on how much you pledge. Each tier has a different role associated with it. So like the $5 don't get marked with the $10, and the $10 don't get marked with the $5. They each have their own. That type of stuff. So that's all well and good. But if you pledge enough money, I mean, depending on how much you pledge, you might just have my undivided attention, you know? So yeah, it's worth looking into. It's worth checking out. If you don't have any money, or maybe you just don't want to send me money, then another alternative would be to show your support by leaving a like on the video, as that helps the channel immensely and helps other people find this channel, which is equally useful because maybe they want to send me money. So, there's that. But also, if you want to subscribe to the channel, that additionally will bring in new viewing audience members, and that will make these live streams much more entertaining, as then we would have other people here who would be willing to converse with us and enjoy this lovely game which we are playing together, all of us. Also, next episode, we should be able to afford the extra 150 inventory slots, and quite possibly might be able to afford some of this other stuff from the favorites list, like the schematic patterns, factory icon patterns, the dotted line patterns, solid line patterns, maybe the boom box. Might be able to finally get the boom box. How much is all of this stuff? 20 tickets. We might have 20 tickets. Possibly 21 by the next episode shows up. But until next time, yeah, they tried to connect. They just never actually made it in. Isn't that right, Lillian? Yeah, you just sitting there all quiet. Interesting audio. You should go check out their SoundCloud, I think it was. Anyways, we've been recording for 5 hours, 51 and a half minutes. I will go ahead and end the QA there. And I will end the poll. Again, remember to check out my Patreon. You can find it earlier in the video, but just in case, that is https:// not backslash, www.patreon.com/Blue Nexus Gaming. And that will take you straight to my Patreon page. It is a customized URL. I went and set it up to prepare for me to be professional. I might not be professional now, but when the time comes, I can be professional. It's just Mycelian acorns, okay. So yeah, like, comment, subscribe, share with your friends, all that good stuff. You know, coal power plant, fuel power plant working together, more than enough power. Biomass burners could use some upgrades. Fuel power plant possibly not keeping up with its supply. Working on it. But in the meantime, I'm going to let the factory wind down a little, let it idle a bit, see where that gets us, see where that leaves us, and then I guess I shall see you all next episode. Remember to hit your notification bell so that you get notified the next time I go live, next time I upload. You'll be able to find more information on my Patreon page, more information in the About section of my YouTube profile. If you don't want to send me money, then you don't have to. Like, the Discord itself is not exclusive to Patreon members. It's just if you send me money, you get a exclusive role on Discord, and you get the lovely respect that goes along with that. You know, you get the you get the street cred. That's the phrase I was looking for. You get the street cred that comes with it. Anyways, that will be all for this episode. Thank you for watching, and until next time, stay safe out there. We're all in it together, after all.